Rocky boy, how you doing? Gone swimming lately? Thursday, Saki, how are you all doing? Chat. Okay, now before actually, no wait, yeah. I'm gonna switch over. Awesome. That's good. That's good. You're free from the confines of work. That's great. All right. Now, there are two things that I'm going to do before I start up day two. I'm going to do two things. One, I'm going to recite the entire first day on what went down for anybody out there that, that didn't catch my stream or did not know like what's going on. So I got a recap for you all. Two, after I do the recap, I'm going to load up my spare save file and I'm going to show you all the orange peel lunchbox that I forgot to get from yesterday because chat bullied me. And I did promise you all I was going to show you all the lunch boxes. So I'm going to do that. Now, I'm going to recap the day one on what went down. Okay, so the view rapidly darts past the lit windows of a building to reveal the skyscrapers of Los Angeles on a stormy night. Suddenly, the blade of a knife appears when the silhouette of a figure raising a knife over their head. Just as the figure makes to bring the knife down, they freeze and split into two individuals that are revealed to be in two separate buildings. The view pans across the city. Then a switchblade flies through the air. A vase shatters on the floor, and a blue badger doll is seen silhouetted against a window. A hand holding a knife appears, and the view slowly pans up to reveal a mysterious woman cloaked in shadows. So then, February 22nd, around 10 a.m., at the Wright and Co. law offices, Phoenix Wright pondered why he returned to the office every day despite the fact that he had no desire to defend anyone. Even though he had offers, he hadn't taken any case since Miles Edgeworth's from, case 4. That was yeah, case 4. However, on this day, a girl showed up asking for Mia Fey. So Wright told the girl that Fey no longer worked at the office because, well, she died in case 2. She then recognized Wright and pleaded for his services for her sister, who had been accused of murder. In court the following day, reminded of Maya Fey by the girl's trust in her sister, Wright decided to hear her out. She introduced herself as Emma Sky, a junior in high school and an aspiring scientific investigator. Wright learned from her that her older sister had gone to the same law school as his late mentor Faye had, a few years above her. Wright and Sky went to the detention center to meet his client, Lana Sky. Lana revealed herself as the district's chief prosecutor, a fact Wright was unaware of. Stuck in another case of two sisters, Wright listened to her story, but Lana confessed to the crime. She told Wright that the murder had occurred the previous day at 5:15 p.m. in the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The victim had been fatally stabbed in the stomach. Lana had accidentally cut herself after stabbing the victim. The body had been found in the trunk of a co-worker's car, and someone had witnessed the crime. And to make matters worse, the victim was a detective, meaning the police would prosecute to the fullest extent of the law. Lana also talked about Mia Fey. She had audited Lana's case during Lana's third year. Lana had been at the top of her class, and she admired Faye for her determination to become a lawyer, and they had, according to Emma, shared an intellectual attraction. Lana accepted Wright's offer to represent her, but she reminded him that there was no case to investigate, as she had already confessed. Emma insisted that Lana was innocent, and she did not want to lose her only family. Nevertheless, Lana ended the conversation. Emma explained that Lana had once been quite a likable person, but she had suddenly become cold one day. So then Emma accompanied Wright to the crime scene. Wright commented that he didn't think his first visit to the prosecutor's office would end up this way. They met Jake Marshall, a cowboy in charge of the scene, who blocked them from investigating the car. Looking around, they found the wallet of the victim, and the ID inside told them his name, Bruce Goodman. They pocketed it and asked Marshall, who owned the car. He directed them to the high prosecutor's office on the 12th floor. Wright and Emma bumped into Angel Starr, a traveling lunch seller who was visiting her boyfriend, working in a security room. She revealed herself as the prosecution's witness as well as someone with a grudge against prosecutors. Wright and Emma headed up to the 12th floor into the high prosecutor's office. Edgeworth entered the room and explained that the office and the red car with the body inside of it belonged to him. He also told Wright about his troubles. He was to be the prosecutor the following day, but rumors of dirty tactics in court still shadowed him. He also mentioned that his knife, usually stored in his trunk's toolbox, was the murder weapon. Edgeworth was then told them he had received the King of Prosecutors trophy the previous day at the police department, only getting back to his office at 5:12. 3 minutes before the murder. As proof, he gave them a parking stub. Officer Mike Meekins then arrived and attempted to give Edgeworth a file relating to another case, but Edgeworth dismissed him, merely shooed the officer away. Per Edgeworth's suggestion, Wright and Emma decided to the Wright and Emma headed to the police department. Out front, Wright noticed a dancing machine and someone dancing by its side. He recognized the machine as the Blue Badger and its dancing companion as Detective Dick Gumshoe. Gumshoe told Wright he had been sidelined from the investigation, as only the highest ranked people were permitted into the criminal affairs department. He also advised Wright in vain not to take Lana's case. Gumshoe said that there were rumors that Edgeworth wanted to take Lana's position as the chief prosecutor, but he didn't believe them. He then gave Wright a letter addressed to Marshall, asking permission for Wright and Emma to investigate the crime scene. Marshall recognized the letter as being from Gumshoe by its spelling and let Wright investigate. He also gave Wright a copy of Goodman's autopsy report. Marshall told Wright he was no longer a detective, but rather just a patrolman, as well as the fact that Gumshoe wasn't working on this case due to his closeness with Edgeworth. Wright then proceeded to investigate the car in which the body was found, along with a note in the trunk. Wright found a cell phone on the ground nearby and pressed the redial button just as a phone nearby began to ring. Marshall told him it was Lana's and that she had called someone right after the murder. Wright told Marshall that the phone that had just rung was his, but it was a wrong number. Emma said to Wright that now he probably had all the clues he would need. At this point, Wright confessed it wasn't his phone that rung. It was Emma's. Emma told him that Lana had called her but didn't speak much, only briefly mentioning something about a muffler. So then February 23rd happens, the trial former. Even moments before court convened, Wright was still confused about the case. There were many bizarre and unclear parts yet unexplained. Lana was as resigned herself to her fate as the day before, telling Wright that he should never believe in his clients. Wright commented in response that Lana was a lot like Mia Fey, but with one decisive difference. She was not a defense attorney. That was still a sick burn, in my opinion. For the first time, Wright entered the courtroom with no Faye sibling at his side to help him. Edgeworth proceeded to give his opening statement, summarizing the accusations against Lana. He then called Starr to the stand. Starr handed out some lunches to Wright, Edgeworth, and the judge. An annoyed Edgeworth insisted that they proceed with the trial. The judge commented that a member of the police department usually testified first, to which Edgeworth revealed that Starr had once been a fairly well known homicide detective, now remembering Starr as the former so called cough up queen. The judge told Starr to proceed. So Starr described the crime details and testified about what she had seen. After some pressing, she revealed that she had a photo at the moment before the murder. However, Wright revealed that the photo contradicted her testimony, revealing that it must have, in fact, been taken after the murder. Starr went on to say that the murder had to have been premeditated because Sky was wearing special gloves. However, Wright revealed that it could not have been premeditated as there wasn't a prepared murder weapon, merely Edgeworth's knife, which happened to be in the trunk of his car. To clear the discrepancy. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. I lost my place. To clear the discrepancy up, the judge asked Starr to testify about why she thought it was premeditated. She reasoned that it was why she wore the gloves and said that the human machine plunged a knife into him over and over again. In response to this, Wright presented the autopsy report, which showed that the victim was stabbed only once. Starr responded by saying that she saw a red scarf or muffler at Sky's breast that she mistook for blood, hence her thinking that Sky had stabbed Goodman more than once. However, Starr herself proved that was impossible, as the crime photo showed neither the scarf nor a muffler. She also revealed that she herself had gone over to the car to apprehend Lana. The judge asked her then to testify about that. It turned out that Starr was in the garage's security room visiting one of her boyfriends when she first saw Lana attacking Goodman, and it took 5 minutes for her to get down to where Lana was to apprehend her. As Wright pointed out, no killer would wait around at the scene of the crime for 5 minutes. The judge agreed that this was too much of a contradiction for Starr's testimony to convict Lana and prepared to suspend the trial for the day. Before he could do so, however, Starr suddenly produced a new piece of evidence, one of Goodman's shoes, which was covered in blood. Edgeworth refused to acknowledge the shoe as legal evidence, pointing out that it had been registered by neither him nor anyone at the police department. However, Starr revealed that one of her former colleagues had, in fact, carried out all the required paperwork for it to qualify as legal evidence. Wright pointed out a large blood stain underneath the shoe, indicating that Goodman had stepped on a large amount of blood, yet there was no corresponding blood stain at the scene. Unfortunately, Starr stated that in a response that there had in fact originally been bloodstains at the scene, but that Lana had tipped over a drum full of water, washing them away. Upon hearing this, the judge decided that the shoe and her actions in knocking over the water drum were decisive evidence after all, and prepared to declare Lana guilty. So Wright had one last objection, pointing out that Lana had mentioned something about a muffler in a brief phone conversation with Emma before she was arrested. Despite the apparent absence of a muffler on her person or the crime scene, therefore, the muffler she was talking about must have been the exhaust muffler of Edgeworth's car. Edgeworth claimed that this was irrelevant, but the judge agreed that they should at least check the muffler before declaring a verdict. So then the trial lather happened. So during the recess, Marshall came to talk with Wright. Marshall said that Lana was indeed wearing a red muffler that day, despite its absence from Starr's photo. After the court reconvened, Edgeworth was looking rather shocked. The chief of police, Damon Gant, unexpectedly entered the courtroom, carrying what had been discovered in Edgeworth's exhaust muffler, a switchblade bearing an evidence tag labeling it as being part of the SL9 case. He also informed the court that another detective had been killed in the evidence room at the police department at the same time, on the same day, but couldn't provide any further details because it wasn't related to the case at hand. Wright showed him the note found in the trunk, which read SL9. The knife, a piece of evidence from a case the victim mentioned, had been stolen from the evidence room, the place the other murder had happened, and in response, Gant agreed to tell Wright only one thing: the ID number of the second victim. Using the ID number provided by Gant, Wright concluded that the murdered detective was apparently also Bruce Goodman, as the ID number of the evidence room victim and that on Goodman's police badge were identical. Edgeworth demanded to know why no one had told him about this, only for Gant to reveal that the file Officer Meekins had been trying to give him the previous day would have informed him about the evidence room murder. The judge suspended the trial for another day in order for investigation to continue. All right. I'm glad that I recapped the entire first day. All right. And hello there, Rally Flow Bro. And indeed, the drip did arrive yesterday, Rally, my good man. Same again. Have you gone swimming lately, Rally? All right, here we go. We're gonna load this sucker up. I'm glad I recapped that entire first day. Now, indeed, Thursday. It does sound simple enough. Now, now, everybody, before I go on to this to the second day, as promised, I'm going to show you all the orange peel lunchbox that I forgot yesterday. I did say I was going to show you all the lunchboxes, and I'm going to do it. So I'm just going to load up the trial from yesterday. So yesterday, I forgot to pick the order of events. The witness lied about. She lied about the order of events. This guy used that emergency phone before the murder. I see. I hadn't thought of that. Ellipses. Ellipses. That took the wind out of her sails. Mr. Wright, I hate to bother you while you're celebrating your victory, but why would anyone use the emergency phone before the murder? Huh? Just when you think he can't sink any lower, he amazes us. I applaud you, Mr. Wright. You ordered the orange peel lunchbox, right? I guess that teaches me to not get excited before the evidence. Ah, one. One more try. I see it in your eyes. You haven't learned your lesson, have you? Tell us exactly what lie this witness has told the court. Here's where the counterattack begins. I can't afford to get this wrong. There. I made a clip that I got the orange peel lunchbox so that chat can stop bullying me. I felt so I actually I legitimately did. I know chat was just messing with me, but I did feel sad because I did say to everybody that I was going to show you all the lunch boxes because I am also going for the silly achievement, and there, I got it. Now nobody can bully me in my own courtroom. Anyway, Edgeworth wants his boyfriend to win so bad. Yeah. Okay, so I gave you the recap as well on what I did yesterday for day one, and here we are. We're doing investigation day two, and to follow up, courtroom day two, trial two. Okay, February 23rd, 2:15 p.m., Wright and Co. law offices. Mr. Wright, so what's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused. Huh? Well, let's see. What is going on? The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room. What's this and the evidence room part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Ellipsis. Well, that's what we're going to find out. Or try to, at least. Ellipsis. All right, let's do it. Glad she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Huh? Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine just aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us. February 23rd, prosecutor's office underground parking lot. You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. I think his name is fine. Damon Gitt, age 65, district chief of police. Though he might not seem it, he's a top dog in the PD. Oh, there's something else I want to point out. Look at his beard. His beard is designed like an upside down seashell, which explains his love for swimming. Yes. And because he likes to mention, you gone swimming lately? Yes, 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 Rowley. That's the trivia. Among many trivia facts that I will share later. Just not now. You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in their evidence room. No biggie. Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it. That oil drum. Was it empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. My sister erasing evidence at the crime scene? Never. Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. That's not it at all. It's just, we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. Big words for a high school student. Well, whether there was blood on the floor or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. Huh? What's that grin for? This situation calls for one thing, and that is luminol testing fluid. Luminol? Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. But wouldn't the police have already done those tests? Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Me? Why do I have to do it? I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. She's 16. We're testing bloodstains of this stuff, not drinking it. Here, look. I'll lend you these glasses. Huh? You had an extra pair of those things? To test for a blood reaction, just spray the lumino on it. Like this, see? Press enter to spray it on. Okay, let's find out some blood stains. This part is fun. Huh? There it is. Blood stains. Haven't you heard that children are our future? Hop to it, kid. You got that right, Thursday. I could see her eyes shining behind those glasses. So, is this a blood stain? Uh, it's so... Oh. Emma, you're shaking. It's just... This is my first time seeing real blood. Scientific investigation in action. Okay, well, we definitely know that this is a blood stain. But doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course. What's odd about this, scientifically? The amount of blood? The perpetrator and Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood? I definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. If they fought here, there'd have to have been more blood than this. Hey, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna mark up the floor plans when we find a blood stain, okay? You realize something else about Gant? You're sure it'll be in your trivial... Oh, it will. See, I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Yeah. And this stuff's pretty handy, too. I saved up my allowance to buy that. Luminol testing fluid received from one very proud-looking Emma Sky. Luminol testing fluid. Solution used for scientific investigation. Finds blood traces. Spray to use. We can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. Then let's drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day. Yeah. It feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it? Guess I should get this spray on anything suspicious. Ha! I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. Miss Star! Hello, Deus. I gave an entire recap of day one before I started. And I also got the orange peel lunchbox so that nobody can bully me. You only trust your own eyes. Not bad, you two. This day-old deli box is on the house. Alright. Deli box. Okay, she shows you that on the mark. Deli box. This day-old deli box is on the house. Sorry, just that kind of lead-in doesn't really get my mouth watering. Alright, now one more thing. I have to present either the Goodman's note or Goodman's ID and the crime photo, and I get to talk to her on every um option to get the Salisbury steak. Salisbury steak. I have another name for it. Sadsbury steak. At least the ones from Banquet. Um, what do you think about this? The SL9 incident. It's written on that knife. And on that note, Goodman. Goodman was the head detective of that case, you know. Really? That knife was evidence from that case. The murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected, SL9 isn't over. Not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? Okay. Goodman's ID. Yeah, I'm sure it does sound good, famous adventurer, just not from Banquet. I told my mom, like jokingly, I don't like Sadsbury steak from Banquet. They're just not that filling. Um, Actually, Deus, I can tell you of, in my opinion, a pretty decent brand. Concord. I actually like the Concord Salisbury steaks. They're actually not that bad, but I don't know. Last I checked in my area, at least they're kind of a little pricey. But I would like, I wonder what hashtag real Salisbury steak is like. All right, let me show off Goodman's ID next. I had one of those up until 2 years ago. Back when you were the coffee queen, right? We found this ID card here in this parking lot. Whoa, there's no mistaking that. It's definitely Goodman's. But it's the same ID as the man who was killed at the police department. Ellipsis. That's impossible. I wish I could be so sure. And then the crime photo. If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room. But even I get flustered sometimes. So you went straight to the scene of the crime? I rushed towards the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo, yes? In other words, 5 minutes after the crime? Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The whole my testimony, as it were. The 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Starr. You lying was the problem. Listen, little girl. I've had my testimony disregarded before. And I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time. That time. Restaurant quality Salisbury steak would be interesting. Yeah. It's just, I can't remember the last time I've been to like an actual, like, good restaurant and be like, Salisbury steak. Like, I've never really saw any on a menu. Depends on what kind of restaurant, too. And I'm not talking like Denny's or IHOP either. Like an actual restaurant, a local one. But anyway, that looks like a petrified piece of provolone. Huh? It's not. It's my attorney's badge. Ellipsis. I think a petrified piece of provolone would fetch more in the open market. Look, my badge isn't up for sale. Not yet, at least. So that's where Miss Star saw the incident from. You could probably see quite a lot from up there. Hmm, that probably means she wasn't lying when she said she saw Miss Sky stab him. Where's the security guard anyway? Well, this is just something I heard. But apparently, he went out to buy coffee from Miss Star. That woman is a force to be reckoned with. Yeah, I forgot to investigate I forgot to search the security booth the first time. I missed a piece of flavor text. Maybe I'll show it off tomorrow. I'll make another spare save. And hello there, Kronos. Merchandising teaser. Yeah, I got the orange peel lunch for the record. Now nobody can bully me. All right, let's uh let's talk. Today's trial. I also did an entire recap of day one as well before I started. You certainly put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Star, but no, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from that security room right there. But I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see? I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry? You lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable. Ellipsis. Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. Ah, I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman. Yeah, I made step up. Why is she not in jail for perjury? Uh, who knows? Ellipses. I know this photograph has something important to tell us. But what? Detective Star. So, you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Star? Like, like the court is a crime or something? Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal, when they faced me, they coughed it up. Coughed it up? They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know, I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day, I dragged the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect. And before long, they called me the cough up queen. Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go? Or fired? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. It's all because of that case. The SL9 incident. SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean SL9 incident. That incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable? To who? 2 years ago, it was the biggest case I'd ever handled. I like this shot here. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So they didn't solve it? On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. Inspector Gadget, a cowboy, and the bento lady. Yeah. Criminal got what was coming to him. Doesn't get any clearer than that. The only problem was they never did find decisive evidence. Not a shred. What? But the criminal was executed, right? On the basis of evidence of a sort. Made up evidence. Well, what? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen. Others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those? Myself and one other person you know well. Wait, could it be? Exactly. Detective Jake Marshall. Oops, I mean, Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall. Patrolman Detective Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined. And then it was over, and he was demoted. Walk American stereotype. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. You haven't forgotten SL9? There was another side to that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us. Wait, those lunches you sell. There is only one reason I come to sell lunches in this accursed office. I'm come here to meet old friends, boyfriends that can help me investigate. Miss Star's old boyfriends. How many does she have anyway? Just when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, rookie. Wait, what? It seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Yes. Then you should take this. A Salisbury steak lunch? I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt them with this treat. Steak lunch. Receipt from Miss Star. Excellent for putting Officer Marshall in a good mood. Nice. Give a give a cowboy a nice steak. Miss Star? Officer Marshall, is he your are you his are you going out? Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him a long time ago when he was helping my sister do cases. He was so nice. He got along so well with my sister. It made me jealous. And he was nice to me too back then. This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective. But now he's so cold. Ellipsis. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you. Officer Jake Marshall. Hmm. Oh, something else that I forgot to check yesterday. Oh, there it is. A name and ID number are written here. Sergeant Bruce Goodman. ID number 5842189. I wonder why they only use numbers for IDs. What else would they use? Letters, silly. They're the reason we have a written language in the first place. True. Sergeant Bruce Goodman. ID YABADAB. Yabba dab? Yabba dabba doo? See? Wouldn't that be better? Yabba dab? Well, it does have a certain ring to it. Exactly my point. It doesn't take much to amuse her. Yes, Rowley, Bruce Goodman, he was apparently a good man. John Goodman, he was a great Fred Flintstone. I will give him that. The cast, the entire cast of that movie was great. Everybody fit like a glove. I was most impressed with Rick Moranis. He pulled off Barney really well. Of course. Elizabeth Perkins as Wilma. Freaking Rosie O'Donnell as Betty Rubble. And Liz Taylor was Wilma's mom. What? Halle Berry. She was pretty cool in that one. Dude. And the B-52s in that movie. Do the bedrock. Twist, twist. Hell yeah. Legendary movie. I know they made another live action Flintstone movie, but it had none of the cast, so I have no opinion on it. Let's check out the Salisbury steak. Wow, my mouth is watering. I can almost hear the sound of a steak frying on the grill. No doubt it's all cold and tough by now. No, I'm sure it's delicious. Miss Star poured her heart into making this. So long as she didn't put any other organs in there. Damn. 3D steak. Let's see. Ingredients? Meat. She must mean beef. She probably just wrote it generically. Yeah, let's hope so. Of course, as a scientist, I have to check what additives she used. Go to town. Huh? It says here, hours of sweat and labor. So that's why the sauce is so salty. Ah, mystery meats. I've heard of that. Like from school. Eh, my school was never fun. They never did anything fun. I always heard of mystery meat like in other like media of like TV shows and movies of mystery meat. All right, it's time to get out of here. This is where the cars leave the lot. The arrow on the ground makes it look more like an entrance. What are you talking about? It's plainly an exit. Well, maybe it's both. Kind of a dual purpose? Aha! The theory of relativity. What? I've got to write this down. Ah, hey, Mr. Wright. Maybe you know. Was Mr. Relativity German or was he British? Mr. Relativity? Are you sure that was his name? Oh yeah, that was from yesterday. Aha! A ladder. That's a step ladder. What's the difference? In scientific terms, please. Scientific, huh? Look at the basic nature of the thing, Mr. Wright. This all seems so horribly familiar somehow. She's way too excited, yeah. Oh, let's check the luminol. Someone used a marker to write their name on this. Emma Sky. Don't tell me you bring this with you everywhere you go. Well, you never know where something might go down. Just what kind of a world do you think we live in? It's like putting your name on your cartridge. Your video game cartridges. Those are the worst. When you're buying them used. Hey, this cartridge used to belong to John. Oh, you know what? Let's spray stuff. Blood must be from when Lana. No, my sister isn't the murderer. But she did call you, didn't she? At the time of the crime? At the time of the crime? Ellipsis. And her right hand is bandaged. Hey, just whose side are you on? This had nothing to do with taking sides. So, this means that Lana's hand had blood on it. This just keeps getting worse. Ew. This is so much quicker than a touchscreen, it feels. Actually, it's the same. If you were playing this on the DS or 3DS. One moment. Oh, never mind. Continuing. Alright. No worries, Rowdy. I think those were the only blood stains that I found. That I can find here. Yeah, I'm good. Let's present the Salisbury steak real quick. You'll give that to Jake like I asked, won't you? Um, you and Officer Marshall, are you going out? Ellipsis. Jake and I cooperate on the investigation. That's all. We're just putting the past to rest. Thank you. Okay. One more thing. Could you take a look at this? You. Yes? You said you wanted some hot tea, right? No, but thanks. She didn't even look at it. You must have to brew the leaves a long time to get rich flavor like this. We pre-infuse the leaves with steam before brewing. I knew it. So that's the secret to their aroma. Exquisite. The only thing I'm smelling here is wasted time. All right. The knife. What do you think about this? The SL9 incident. It's written on that knife. And on that note, Goodman. Goodman was the head detective in that case, you know? Really? That knife was evidence from that case. The murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected, SL9 isn't over. Not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? Yeah, we already talked about that. Alright, we're getting out of here. Let's go to the police department entrance. February 23rd. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. The detectives are running around so fast they're blurring. I suppose it makes sense. A detective did get killed here, after all. So, the evidence room, the scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk, here it is. She's like a kid at an amusement park. Oh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look. All right. We will take a look momentarily. There's just something I need to check real quick. All right. We're good. The blue badger is still writhing around today. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's dancing. Speaking of dancing, the whole police department has been dancing around like crazy since yesterday. Can I take out his batteries? I just can't help but feel he's going to do something naughty. The usual wanted posters are hanging up on the bulletin board here. Do you know this face? If you do, dial 911. You know, Mr. Wright, I've always thought it was kind of funny. I've never seen anyone who looked like the people in these posters. They hardly even look human. Ellipsis. She has a point. Look, that patrolman is saluting that other guy. He must be a detective. You idiot! What were you thinking? Where's your head? Sir, it's right here, sir. Ellipsis. I guess he wasn't saluting. He was showing the detective where his head was. They make a good pair. Mr. Wright, do you know why patrol cars are painted black and white? No idea. Why? Well, I think they're designed after a panda. A panda? Not that I have scientific proof, it's just a theory. Do you mind asking me how you came up with that theory? It was when I was on a school trip. I saw a patrol car and it came to me. We had just been at the zoo, see? Ellipsis. What about zebras? Or did they not have those at your zoo? Alright, that was from yesterday. Just double checking. Let's go to the guard station? Yeah. Or actually, no. Let's go to the criminal affairs department first. February 23rd, police station. Wow, everyone looks deadly serious here. Well, there was a vicious murder of a detective down at the police department. Yes, but the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's lot. Ah, it makes my head hurt. Well, first things first, let's go check out the police department crime scene. Yes, you sound dead set on investigating. But don't mess up, or we could wind up dead. I doubt anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's going to help us much either. Okay, let us... That must be the chief of detectives. He's glued to his computer screen. What? Detective killed in the evidence room. Tell no one outside the police department. No, I told that old lady at the restaurant everything. Someone's getting a demotion? So this is the police mascot, is it? The Blue Badger, the future star of the police force. The design's a little changed from the one outside. Ah, well, the dancing Blue Badger, trademark, is still under development, you see. You have it trademarked? Absolutely, it's cutting edge stuff. Very now. I showed this doll here to my daughter and she burst into tears. Don't show her the moving mock up outside then. You'll give her nightmares. A poster of a female officer, police officer. Wait, no, that's the latest Babes in Uniform calendar. My bad. These are the detective's desk. There are computers and files in each one. Funny, they're a lot tidier than I expect. I guess the detective don't spend a lot of time at their desks. Alright. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. I know! The killer used dry ice! If you put it between the latch and the door, the room could be sealed shut. This is good. I'll win a writer's award for sure. Ellipsis. He's not writing a report. He's writing a novel. Oh, man. Alright. We outie. Back to the apartment entrance, and we should go to the guard station. I think that's where I needed to go next. Yeah. What's with the decor of this place? It's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. So beyond that door is the evidence room, the scene of the crime? It sure seems that way. Oh, what's wrong? It's those cacti. They're so prickly, so imposing. It's hard to think straight. If you can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is, if this is a guard station, where is the guard? I have a feeling I know who he is already. Let's examine stuff. Yipes, these sure are prickly. They must be the real deal. I would think just one big one will be sufficient. These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually. How so? Encased in a cold, rigid shell, with spines pointing in every direction. Just like her. Ellipses. Not so sure I see the resemblance. Ellipses. It's more an attitude thing than a physical similarity. And then if I may go off topic a little, I'm just gonna put another jab at this. You know what those cacti remind me of? I'm just gonna say it again. Those cacti, those cacti remind me of when I recently played Mega Bonk and I was trying to kill 100 cactus enemies with thorns damage and get the cactus item. Worst achievement I ever had to grind for this year, just so I could get the cactus item. I got that out of the way, and I don't ever have to worry about it anymore. Again, when you know the pro strats, it's not that bad, but it's awful, and I will stand by it. All right, back to the game. There's a security guard hanging. There's a security guard uniform hanging here. It looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly. A leather jacket, leather pants, a leather. What was that called again? Punchy, a paunchy, a pinchy. I know, a poochie. Wait, maybe that wasn't it. It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information to myself for the time being. I know, Deus. It's just like I said. I only did it because it was part of the game to get something. You know, I treated it like Vampire Survivors. Like I wouldn't do something so mundane if it was so annoying to get. Like I would only maybe do that if I actually liked the game, even if I don't get nothing out of it. Like if I don't get nothing out of it, I'm probably not gonna do it. I'm just glad I looked up what I had to do. Because when you know what to do, it's not so bad, but it was bad. And I'm glad it was cumulative. I'm glad it's cumulative. But anywho, eh, I haven't really tested it out yet because with the way I play Mega Bonk, I haven't really looked into thorn damage. There's even a thorns tome that I turned off, but I'll do more research on it. But as of right now, I don't bother with it. Let's see. The evidence room is beyond that door. Let's just walk in. It won't open. You thought it'd be open? I think we need someone's permission to go in there first. It looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here. There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check on who went in and out of there. Look, on the floor, a lasso. Looks like it's set up to trap something. A trap here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here. But the lasso missed. You sure have an active imagination. Okay. This swinging door makes the place look like some kind of saloon. But look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way. Of course not. If he went in through here, the cactus would fall over. Ouch. I'd say it'd be more of a yar myself. Okay, so I have concluded that I cannot do jack diddly squat yet. Texas. Let's dip out of here. Oh, February 23rd. This place is charged with frantic energy, as always. Please! Huh? Wasn't that? One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you. Detective Gumshoe. There's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland. Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. Aww. Ellipses. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Now's no time for despair. We've caught our criminal. Now we just need evidence. The criminal? You mean... You heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence room, right, pal? On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department. And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. But Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch, pronto. Standing around here talking isn't going to fill my belly. Wait, don't leave. If you want to know more, head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later. He ran off to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a running start. One moment. Okay. Thought so. Evidence room. I believe you can go through here. And then... Oh, yeah, not yet. Oh, well, detention center. Like what Gumshoe said. February 23rd. Still, I do feel better about things. A little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Best to not go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing. Oh, geez. Ween. What was that? Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me? A perpetrator? I'd say I was the perpetrator against, sir. That's what I'd say. Oh, hi. Greetings, sir. Wait, I know who you are. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir. At the request of the chief, sir. I got your report, sir. Officer Meekins. So you're a guard here at the detention center? No, sir. I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman. Like a little lost lamb, sir. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report? No, sir. How should I say this? Wait. He isn't. Is he? You? Officer Meekins? You didn't. Did you? Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir! What? What? Now, this is an unexpected turn of events. Smile for the camera. Poor Officer Meekins. I think he knows he's being watched. This guard monitors the visitor's room. Seeing a fellow patrolman in here must make him worry about his own fate in life. No comments from the peanut gallery. Officer Beacons, have a look at this. Go ahead, sir. Laugh. Laugh at me, sir. Huh? I know what you want to say. You're going to tell me how she has one just like it. Me? Why would I? I know, sir. I know. I'm the only one without a girl with matching badges. Nowhere. I'm alone. All alone. Is that so wrong? Life isn't all about high school sweethearts and youthful romance, sir. Is he talking about those badges on her coat? Hmm. I like to think there's a difference between my badge and a fashion accessory. Let the peanut gallery speak. Too long have peanuts been silent. I agree, Thursday. Well, let's talk to Meekins about the day of the crime. Sir, I'm a patrolman with general affairs, sir. Sir! Ow, I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins. I had some business that day, sir, and so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room was empty, sir. So normally there's a guard at the evidence room? That's right, sir, because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Peanuts, arise! Now, the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. A suspicious person! What the heck is this guy doing? So what happened then? After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out. And when I came to, I was here, in a detention center. How long were you out? Days? Might I ask, what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. A bandage on his hand. Just like Miss Sky. Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office. First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. The victim. I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir, please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir! If you have to label me as perpetrator or victim, sir, then label me victim! I would, but you happen to be in detention. And alive and well at that. Ah, yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that... Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger, or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. So, you didn't know him? Sir, I work in a tiny department, devoid of light or other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives. So, if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him? Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. None. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. Bandage hand. About your hand, did that happen during the course of the crime? Well, you see, sir, don't you think you should just confess? But sir, but there was nothing I could do! Nothing you could do? Sir, to tell the truth, sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious. The next thing you knew, you were, huh? Then when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir. All alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared. What? Then, when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hands, sir. Oh, the shock! Oh, the sorrow, sir! Can you imagine how I felt? The victim's body disappeared? That's some story. Let's see. Do you think you could take a look at this? Hey! That's it, sir! That's it! That's it! That's what? My head was a blank until this very moment. But, sir, now I remember. I remember, sir. You mean you remember what happened? Correct! That card! That card was the cause of it all! This ID card? Exactly, sir. That's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir. Nothing. I better pry into this one a little deeper. Officer Beacons, this is for you. Eek! I'm scared of knives, sir! It's okay, I just wanted you to take a look at it. That's it, sir! Last night, sir, that's the one! I was an apple, sir, in my dreams, sir, and I was being peeled! On second thought, you don't have to look at the knife. He's overreacting to the knife, but I guess he's been through a lot. Officer Meekins, can you take a look at this? I'm sorry, sir. Really sorry, but I have no idea what that is. Maybe you should ask Mr. Edgeworth, sir. He's passing the buck, Mr. Wright. It takes a special kind of man to pass the buck to Edgeworth. Alright. I was just looking for flavor text, that's all. Alright. Alright. We're gonna talk to him now about the crime details. Can you tell me what it is you do remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a lost little patrolman. Lost little lamb, if you will. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman, who was in the evidence room. And that's why you thought he looked suspicious? Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card. Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far. That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly, he pointed a knife at me. What? Sir, I assure you, I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him? Do unto others before they do unto you. My own father's words, sir. What happened then? Well, my eyes, sir. Everything went white. When I awoke, I was here. Right. Reason for arrest. So, Officer Beacons, why was it that they arrested you? What do you mean, Emma? Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Beacons didn't know Detective Goodman, and the victim, whom he met at the scene of the crime, didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died. That's it, sir. That's what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something along those lines. Huh? But you still ended up here? They told me that it had to be him, sir. On that day, at that time, Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. And that's what they said. But you don't remember the events clearly? No, but the videotape is quite clear. Huh? Videotape? From the security camera. The crime. My crime. The crime I swore to stamp out. It's there. It's me. It's on tape. Ellipsis. 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 And you waited until now to tell us this? I'm sorry. Really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it. No thanks. I have my own. Well, guess we better go check out the crime scene. Thank you, Officer Meekins. Mike Meekins, 2022. Patrolman with General Affairs. Suspected of killing Goodman in the evidence room. Damn. Alright. So, we go to, I think, Criminal Affairs Department. Hey, Mr. Wright. Look who's standing at the Chief of Detectives desk. It's Police Chief Gant. And you're sure this is all? You know what it means if there is anything missing. Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked all of his drawers, lockers, garbage cans, bags, coat pockets, hats, under his seat cushion, behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away. Deal? Yes, sir. We'll scare the place again, sir. The chief of detectives looks a little flustered. Right on, my boy. How you been? Swim much? Oh, Chief Gant. Reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? Oh boy. Here's my badge. I was wondering, could you take a look at this? Oh, sorry, Righto. I'm through with that stuff. Through, I say. Go find that guy who can't seem to sit still out there. The busy one. The guy who can't sit still. Does he mean Detective Gumshoe? Either him or the Dancing Blue Badger. Let's, have a chat with this dude. Edgeworth. Is Edgeworth going to be okay? Oh, Worthy. Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him. Sounds like an inquisition. Yep, well, they've had no end of trouble with the boys since last year. You mean the incident on Gourd Lake? It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in that case, right? Righto? Von Karma. Oh, hi, Satan. A legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court, you fixed it so he was caught for forging evidence. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Why, they do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. What? Evidence room incident. It's downright odd, I tell you. The detective getting killed on their turf, too. I mean, there being the prosecutors, I assume? Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says. What evidence is this? Now, Righto. I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive, and I can't talk about it. I wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets. Can't stand them. But you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the chief of detectives trap shut. Ah, he was the one you were picking on earlier? Huh? You saw that? Whoops! I wonder what it was that he wanted the chief of detectives to do. Let's see if we can find... Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him. Yes, you can reveal your secrets. Let's see. Let's show him the switchblade knife. Alright. Let's show him the shoe. Let's show him the crime photo. Okay, let's show him the cell phone. Let's show him the note. Let's show him the autopsy report. Let's show him the knife. I can't show him nothing. I think I have to go elsewhere. Let's show him the ID, maybe? Right. Okay. I just have to go. Hello there, Sir Cambam. Yes. That's all I'll say. Yes. Oh, I have to make sure I put down Salisbury steak. I also have to be on the lookout for... Okay, my final lunch is on the 3rd day of investigation, which will be tomorrow. Alright, it's time to get out of here. Let's go to the police department entrance, and let's move to the guard station. One moment. Let me bust out the luminol. Wow, we got a reaction. There's clearly blood around the spines here. This room's pretty messy. Someone must have tripped over something and planted their head right in these spines. Ellipsis. I think that might be more painful than being murdered. Okay, that's not relevant to the case at all. Yes, achasm. Also, achasm, I'll have you know that I got the orange peel lunchbox. Now people can stop bullying me. Hello, achasm. Hello, Aki. Yes, the run is saved. I did, I actually did legitimately, yeah, before I started it up, I gave an entire recap of day one for the investigation and the trial. And then I loaded up my save and I showed everybody how to get the orange peel lunchbox. All right. Let's go back to the underground parking lot. And let's move to the... I haven't gone there yet. The High Prosecutor's office. Well, this place is as classy today as it was yesterday, and I'm sure it'll still be just as classy tomorrow, Emma. Incidentally, Edgeworth's not here. I'm sure he's off doing important investigations. I hope that's what he's doing. Ellipsis? I guess we'll have to come back. But before we come back, let's use the luminol spray. Huh? What? It looks like some blood has dripped down there here. It looks like some blood has dripped down here. Judging by the amount, my guess is it's from a nosebleed. A nosebleed? Maybe in his wrath, Mr. Edgeworth slapped someone for their incompetence. Why does Detective Gumshoe's face come to mind? Damn. All right. Okay, so I can't. It's not here, obviously. Let's see. Back at the offices. Let's talk. What to do? Where should we begin? Oh, well, isn't it obvious we should begin with that thing? The mystery of the victim, I guess. How could one man, Detective Goodman, be killed in two places simultaneously? Oh, well, you see, we should go to the police department. The evidence room, was it? I'm not being very useful here, am I? No, you're being very helpful. Any ideas? Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I know you're going through a tough time, Wordy. Well, of all those rumors. You were even in the defendant's chair just this past December. Ellipse. There is that business of him not reading that officer's report. Ah, about the killing at the police department, right. The chief of police was right about that. But I can't help but think someone at the police department doesn't like Edgeworth. Alright, okay. So I got a clue. So, can we go to the evidence room? Guard station. Criminal Affairs Department. Ah, hi. One moment, everybody. Did I not examine that? One moment, everybody. Sort of sworn I did. Alright. Alright, I already went there. Yes. I did all that. Oh, duh. I knew I forgot to show him one thing. Back to the Criminals Affairs Department. I had to show him the note. I was wondering, could you take a look at this? Oh, sorry, Righto. I'm through with that stuff. Through, I say. Go find that guy who can't seem to sit still out there. The busy one. The guy who can't sit still, does he mean Detective Gumshoe? Either him or the Dancing Blue Badger. Oh, wait a minute. I gotta do that next? Examine. Oh, sorry you had to see that. What exactly did the chief of police want you to do? Well, see over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here? Of course not. Well, except for this. Bingo. What? You kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete. A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on it is February 21st. Better make a note of that just in case. Goodman's lost item report. A half-written document dated February 21st. Can only be submitted to the chief of police. I should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Yeah, I had to read a little bit better between the lines, and then of course you had to like examine. Like if you already examined something, that means the check mark means you examined that. You just gotta sometimes you just gotta try again. Investigations aren't really terribly hard. You just gotta like do everything, look everywhere, present somewhere, present stuff. It's alright though. Alright. Uh, Permission to enter? Yes, Rowley, the Drip King. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Hmm? Well, I never thought the day would come when Rhino asked me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room? Now, Rhino. Actually, I'm sorry. I don't need to investigate after all. Rhino? Please. Do I look like a selfish man? Huh? Heck, if anyone asked me, Sir, can I borrow $50? I give them $50. No problem. So go ahead. Investigate the room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. It just goes to show, you never know until you ask. And for you, here, you can borrow this. Huh? Hey, this is a detective's ID card, isn't it? That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir. It's an honor. You just run along now. Do your best now. Later, folks. It looks pretty cool on my label, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID. You seem happy. You looked for an orange suit earlier? Oh my god. Yes, sir. Because, sir, we get we get to go into the evidence room now, sir. I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. Oh man. Yes. Drip King. All right. Let's take a look at Goodman's lost item report. Lost item report, February 21st. Okay. All right. So now we can go to the evidence room, which is through here. Guard station? No, wait. Criminal Affairs Department, I think. And then from here, no, not that it. Okay, I think it's back to the whatchamacallit. Uh, you know, they should just let you like pick it a instead of like jumping around. They should just put a add to the list. But I get it. I understand. It's just like if you were playing like one of those other point and click adventures, understandable. That would make too much sense too. Oh yeah, underground parking lot. Hi. Um, does anything happen when I show you this? One moment. I have to take a call. Yes, hello. What? What? What do you mean? What? What? Um, everything's fine. And I switched my sheet. I took a shower and everything. Yeah, yeah. I like the sheet too, by the way. All right. Oh, bye bye. My apologies, everybody. My deepest and sincerest apologies, everyone. Um, I just had to take a phone call. Somebody was just asking, what was going on, and nothing was going on. As in, nothing serious happened. I'm a little, you know, miffed at the moment, but I'm fine. That like, I'm fine. That almost put a damper to my mood, but no, everything's okay. I assure you. Somebody thought that they saw something, and I was just informing somebody that, everything's just fine here. If there's one thing I do not, I know y'all heard me before. There's one thing I do not like. It's interruptions. But if something like really went down, I get it. Nothing really went down. Oh, hold on. Oh, look, everybody. This just brightened my. Hang on. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna refresh my browser. If there's one thing, if there's one thing that hold on, everybody. I'm just refreshing. If there's one thing that can brighten up my mood, it's a gifted sub. Yay! I got sub to that channel again. All right. Okay, everybody. Now, before I wasn't rudely interrupted, but again, let's just move things along. I assure you, everything's fine. Yes, Achasm. Yes. and I should actually spend some channel points because I've amassed so much channel points. I should get a few certain ones. Anyway, um, so now we gotta figure out where the heck do I have to go next? Let's show him this, maybe? No. One moment, everybody. Why is this so... There we go. I just want to move things along. Oh, okay, duh. That's where I had to go. That's where I had to go. He gave us the ID card. So I had to do this part. I forgot. I forgot how tricky some of the investigation sequence. I know Thursday. I know. Um this is where we have to go next after Damon Gant gave us the card. We need to from the criminal affairs. No, wait, not here. We go to the police department entrance, then we go to the guard station. And then we have to examine the door now, right here. The evidence room is beyond that door. And we have the ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in. Ellipsis. It won't open. Aha! The card reader is turned off, see? What is that security guard thinking? Howdy, partners. Well, well. What's made my Bambina sky so gray? Howdy. Officer Marshall. Why does it have to be him? What's that? Why does it have to be him? Look for. As you may have surmised, this here's my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Ellipses. Yeehaw! That card you got there on your chest? That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts. Yeehaw! Well, what you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's awaiting. Looks like this card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres. You're busy then? Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. So let's get some flavor text first. Guard station. I was wondering if we could talk to you. Sorry, Bambina, but I'm off to roam the lands like a tumbleweed on the wide prairie. Like a gunslinger loading his six-shooter, I say a little prayer. What was that all about, Mr. Wright? I think he was just too hungry to talk. You're just saying that because his stomach was growling. You have no idea what he was talking about either. Well, in any case, we need to get cracking on this investigation. Pronto. Marshall. I was wondering if we could talk to you? Sorry, Bambina. I'm off to... Okay. He says the same stuff. You gotta give him the steak now. Present... steak lunch. That smell. Ah, reminds me of Texas. So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my baby? Yeah, Miss Star. What's this? What? What's wrong? A filet steak lunch. I see. I see. I don't see. I wonder what it means. Steak lunch given to Officer Marshall. All right, Bambina. You win. Ask anything. Finally, it seems like he's willing to talk. Finally, the sheriffs back in the Wild West didn't place much faith in evidence. About the only thing they trusted was their shooting hand. Um, this is neither Wild nor West here. But that and this are two different things entirely. I guess so, huh? I'm lost. Looks like we need some evidence to get anywhere with this guy. Let's talk first. Guard station. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right? You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Beacons at the detention center told us. Ah, that poor little doggy. Poor guy. I keep getting his name wrong and calling him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this, but since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, it might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know? One moment. I always forget to do this. There we go. Done. So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy. No, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy. There's no need for people here, anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. You mean the security camera system? I don't take to machines much. Kind of like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak. You know, your steak. Marshall, Miss Starr told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago. It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. That's all gone now. Like a drinking hole in a prairie fire. Yes, a chasm. That was. You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you? That was my case. You love broccoli with your steak? It's all solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it anyway? We've heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what exactly actually happened. Ellipsis. There are some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. 2 days ago? The day of our case? That's right. The evidence transferals. Edgeworth was talking about the transferals too. Security system. I know what maybe two of the machines in here do. Only two of them? There must be a dozen. Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower, my steaks. The easiest ones to understand are these here security cameras. Those are the ones that Officer Beacons mentioned. If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours. And Officer Beacons and Detective Goodman, are they on one of those tapes? I reckon they might be. You're the security guard, and you reckon? One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. Thus, the card reader by the door. The card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through. So this is the ID card record. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Sorry, Bambina. I can't show you more than that. Huh? I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet. Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before. Maybe there's some way I can prove that record is tied to the stabbing. Transferal. Sorry, but could you explain what this whole transferal thing is about? We keep only evidence from solved cases in this room. They're kept here under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years. So we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there is a mistake. See. So what happens to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the country sheriff's department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February. I see now. Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. Yes, achasm, bar bar bar, 777777. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever, dead, never to be reopened again, never to be reinvestigated. And that happened to SL9 2 days ago. Let's show him, the Goodman's ID. See this? This is the victim's ID card. Ah, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot? The number on this is 5842189. Officer Marshall, show us that ID card record again. Look, the fourth number. It's a perfect match. It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world. So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. But wait, what did Officer Meekin say? Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly, he pointed a knife at me. If he had his ID card, then why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? All right, compadre, you win. I guess I can give you this ID card record. ID card record. IDs of all who entered the evidence room on February 21st. I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. Starting with you, I guess. 7777 777 at 4:20 p.m. 4:20. That can only be one thing. It was none other than, I don't know, Rob Van Dam. The sheriffs back in the Wild West didn't place much faith in evidence. About the only thing they okay was a shooting hand. All right. All right. So let's go to the evidence room. Oh boy. February 23rd, the evidence room. Sector 3. It's quiet. The investigation must be over here. So this is the evidence room? It really is kind of like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Yeet! Whoa! Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts in the head, pal. So is it true what I heard? Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asks me, sir, can I borrow $50? I give them $50. No problem. So go ahead. Investigate that room to your heart's desire. Knock yourself out. Yeah, that's true. So Chief of Police Gant will loan anyone $50? Even me? Oh, so that's what you were talking about. Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today? Boss for a day. But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're boss for a day. Gee, thanks. First of all, you'll want to have this. Evidence room floor plans. Scene of the stabbing of a detective at the PD. Alright, let's talk to Gumshoe. Detective, here's my attorney's badge. You show that to me every time we meet, pal. Real men show their police badge, enough said. I wish I had a badge. An ID card would be nice. Alright, let's talk to old Gumshoe. Boss for a day. So, Detective Gumshoe, you're boss for the day? That's right. It's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here, in the police department. But if you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings? Ellipsis. They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation. Again. I'm adamant though. I'm gonna take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal. You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe? Of course. I am a detective, after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal. Only you can open? Edgeworth. I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens. So, Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee now, right? They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. I see. I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case? Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. Evidence lockers. This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it. Using their ID card? Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Why, I'm on my third card since entering the force already. That sounds like a lot. Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand. Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint? Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. So the only locker we can open is our own. Yeah, he hasn't tried hard enough. Funny, they look like normal lockers. These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see? The handles? On the other side of the handles is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it, you get a shock. If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Evidence locker. Only the assigned detective's prints can unlock it. Indicator lamp lights up when it's open. Let's take a look at that. No, not this. Let's take a look at the locker. Let's check it. Okay. Um, let's present the locker real quick. You can't open the lockers if your fingerprints doesn't match. If you can open it, they'll give you 50 cents. No, the police department lacks faith in its lock system. After all, Detective Goodman was stabbed here after opening his locker. But at the same time, he was found dead over at the prosecutor's office. Let's show him the ID card record. Could you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. Ah, I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who came in here at the time of the murder. Whoa! What is it? That second number. It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth! What? The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. What? ID card record has been updated. IDs of all who entered the evidence room on February 21st. Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? Goodman's lost item report? Allow me to say one thing, speaking as a detective. If I see a piece of evidence I know nothing about, I say nothing. Nothing. That's fine. You bet it's fine, pal. Detective Goodman's note, and that switchblade knife. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone. Because of the SL9 connection? That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. But why would evidence from that case turn up now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left in that case. Alright. Knows nothing about the shoe. That's the photo that Miss Starr took. Anything you can tell us about it? That Miss Starr is quite the lady. Why, I remember it was winter. I was 16. She was the only one who ever got me to talk about what happened. 16? That's how old I am now. I wonder what happened. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe wore a trench coat in high school, too. That's quite the image. Detective Goodman's note and that switchblade knife. Bet that Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone. Because the SL9 connection? That was Mr. Ed. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Edgeworth might be a man to be feared, but deep down, he wants to be a man to be loved. Yeah. You're not wrong. This is my crowning achievement, my masterpiece, you might say. But art is always misunderstood, pal. Art? He was dancing proudly on the day of the awards ceremony. But there were a lot of people coming and going after the ceremony. So they took the Blue Badger away for a while. Really? Why? Oh, they said it was shameful or something like that. Shameful. I tell you night and day. I sympathize with Detective Gumshoe, but I can see why they moved it. Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car. Stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? Are you playing Clue? What would drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? Ellipsis. Wait, I mean, sure, of course someone else really did it. Someone who must have had a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors Award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. Were you at the awards ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Ah, congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Apparently he's forgotten. That's the victim, Detective Goodman's ID card. These days, everything's cards and secret numbers. I can never relax. That's only because you always lose your card. I always forget my secret numbers too. Scary, huh? My face should be ID enough. What's the world coming to? Detective Gumshoe, rebel against the system. SL9 incident. Now that was a bloody violent case. Violent? So it was a murder? A serial killing. A serial killing? Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. But the killer made a mistake, and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him. And this was 2 years ago? That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight and started the rumor mill. Rumors about forged evidence? It was supposed to be all cleaned up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is. Huh? What do you mean? Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see? So, that switchblade knife? The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself? Let's investigate now. Wow, look at this big pile of junk in the corner. That looks like a car door. Uh-oh. A car door. People in the C3 community would know about car doors. There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. Maybe the guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and he got away. Hey, that's one of those human profiles for range testing. He's been shot square in the forehead. Better him than us. That's the door we just came in through. Looks like you don't need an ID card to get out. I wonder what would happen if Officer Marshall cut the power while we were inside. Ellipsis. Let's hope he remembers we're in here. There's something sticking out of here. Looks like a shirt. I guess it must be evidence for some case. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here. There you go, pal. Making me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, I bet that evidence locker was opened recently. How do you know? If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence? Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot too. I bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat either. If you're going to talk behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal. So mean. This place is stuffed with evidence. Stuffed with dreams. I'm not so sure about the dreams. It won't open. Did you really think it would? Hey, pal. Our security is high-tech around here. Okay. Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here. What a sorry-looking fishing pole that is. Ah, that's my personal pole from Case 4. I never did get around to using it. Wait, I've seen that somewhere before. The mine detector from Case 4. The ultimate counter pick against Von Karma. Right, pal. That's that metal detector. The one that led to the solving of that case out on Gourd Lake, remember? Oh, right. Wow, it feels like it was ages ago. And, I don't think I've seen this one before. Oh, that's a bug sweeper. I'm sure it will come in handy in solving some case sooner or later. That cheap-looking box? You can't judge a person or a machine by their cover. You gotta look at their heart. I think that bug tracker, I think it's used in the Justice for All. I think. The second game. Oh, look at this. What's this? Blood. It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here. It looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright, what if there are other bloodstains left in the room? Thank you, Culinary Disaster, for reminding me. Okay. Hey, good to see you, man. So yeah, you know the context then. Because, man, it feels good revisiting this, and I shall give you a shout out as well. Ah, yes. All right. What if there are other bloodstains left in the room? We should use her testing fluid to check it out. You're welcome. All right, we'll do that later. Let's just let's gonna look. This one's open, and the red indicator light above the door is lit. That knocker is coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint. Detective Goodman's locker. Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that? Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it. It's empty. They must have taken the contents elsewhere. Love this music. Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces. Detective Gumshoe, perhaps. There you go, pal. Making me out to be some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the case. The case? The case? The SL9 incident, pal. See the sticker on one of the pieces there? Another piece of SL9 evidence. Let's take a closer look. I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke. You want to try to put it back together? Ha! Good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Why, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up. That's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. Oh no. Okay, hang on. Do I... Oh, that's right. I can pick different pieces. Wait, combine? Oh wait, it's no use. These pieces just don't add up to anything. Maybe some of the pieces are missing? Let's just try to put as many of the pieces in place as we can. Maybe I'll give it another shot later. Yeah, let me back out for now. What is the saw and paint doing here? Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression. True art? I noticed that there's blue and yellow paint here. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger? Well, you might say this is my studio. Here? In the evidence room? Alright. Someone left a glove here, but only one. Detective Gumshoe, maybe? There you go, pal. making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know. You mean SL9? It does have a tag on it. Rubber glove. Tagged evidence from the SL9 incident. Extremely thin rubber glove. Alright. What happens when I present that glove to Gumshoe? But before I do, let me check it myself. The tag says SL911. I guess this is another piece of evidence from that case. You know, I never did care for the word tag. It's confusing. Huh? What's so confusing about that? Do you know how many other words sound like it? Bag, gag, nag, lag, zag. Oh my god, lag. Zag? Is that a word? Do you challenge me? Yes. What? Are we playing a word game now? No. I mean, yes. Anyway. Okay. You know what? Let's do the luminol, and then we'll do the jar. I knew it! This is someone's right handprint. What? What's the matter, detective? This locker. It's mine. It's yours? Please. You have to help me. When they come to take me away, promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me? Won't you, pals? This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans. I'm counting on you guys. Believe me. You can't trust the police. What? But you're a detective. That was funny. Alright. We're gonna do the jar, everybody. Okay, so... Nah. We got this. Alright. I wonder what the... My bad, I hit the wrong button. I was just trying to use pure mouse controls. Because, like, I figured out the controls on the mouse controls on how to inspect, like, you know, the evidence. I just want to do everything with my mouse. If I have to press a key, I'll press a key. Alright. Fine. We'll just use the keys. Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. I figured it out. Yeah, I don't have to press the keyboard. I got nothing against the keyboard. Just preference. Good. Uh, I also like this track too. All right. I did not forget about the jar. It's just I'm not looking forward to another part of the case involving the jar. For context, if you know, you know. Uh-huh. Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing. Yeah, I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it. Were some pieces stolen? I bet they were missing to begin with. Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. I kind of understand how it got broken. Unstable jar. Jar pieced back together from fragments found at the crime scene. And a piece is missing. If you put these pieces together, it makes a jar. There are two things that bother me. One, why are some of the pieces missing? Two, doesn't it seem a little unstable? No wonder it broke. I'll make sure to remember that next time I make a jar. Okay, let's go back to Gumshoe. Oh, wait. Gumshoe's not here. That's weird. Oh, wait, I forgot. Um, Lumino time. It's time for Lumino. 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 I mean, whoops. Lumino. Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for the murderer to touch this spot if he fled out the door. This just might be something significant. Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. What, this? It's called luminol testing fluid. Where'd you get your hands on that? Huh? I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow 50 bucks from the chief. Where do you where do you get this, Emma? You remember the last time you made a jar? You threw it off of the roof of your house? There must be some story behind that. I'm curious. Maybe you just wanted to just get a jar, just toss off your house and just watch it shatter and break. I don't know. Or maybe, I hope, it was probably a glass jar too, wasn't it? Or made of porcelain, clay. Because I doubt a plastic jar could break, maybe. Unless it was like a heavy jar of peanut butter. I don't know. Like the velocity of a plastic jar falling from like a 10-foot drop would be, I don't know. I'm gonna move that. Where do you get this, Emma? I always buy it by mail order. Well, I better jot this down in the floor plans. Alright. It was your senior year of high school, and you just threw a bust of yourself off the floor. You had a bust of yourself? That's pretty cool. But that also kind of sucks because if it was a bust of yourself, that must have broke. Okay. Let's go over here. Oh, more blood. It was a glorious shattering. That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective? Hmm, pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien? This proves that something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make a note of it on the floor plans. Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. Hey, pal, look at the time. Was there something you needed to be going? Was there something you needed to be going to? It's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm going to go give them my report for the day. Wait a minute. Oh my god. Everybody. Okay, that is a character, and there is indeed a restaurant. For context, the third game, Phoenix Wright Trials and Tribulation, Case 3. Yes, Tres Bien. That is so cool. And I don't think I ever noticed that too when I played this on the DS years ago. That's what I like about the HD, this HD trilogy. I like how all the pieces of the evidence and the character sprites and models. Correct culinary disaster. Yes. Because, as a reminder, one more time, uh, the first three games were originally on the GBA as Gyakuten Saiben, which is a turnabout courtroom. And Case 5 was an exclusive case for the Nintendo DS to take full advantage of the Nintendo DS's touchscreen and voice microphone capabilities of the blowing into the mic and stuff. And then this entire case would serve as a pretty good blueprint for what they would do for what they did for the fourth game of the series, Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. Because all this cool stuff with the touchscreen and the microphone, you know, they got to do all this cool stuff in the fourth game. And of course, for those, that knows like of the context, I mean, I bet a lot of people that played these games originally on the GBA, they have peppered quite a few references from future games into this case, like Edgeworth's jacket, which is seen in the third game. For those that know the context, they know the context. But this, not like this is really opening my eyes. Like, oh my god, they referenced Trials and Tribulations again. That's pretty cool. And once again, thanks to this being this is the HD trilogy. You can see a lot more detail on the pieces of evidence and the character sprites. Good job. I'm going to give them my report for the day. It might help, Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer? The one that says nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you've got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal. Later. Gumshoe's awesome. I should probably see what Edgeworth has to say, too. Uh, gotta see old Edgy. Hi. And bye. And then we go through the underground parking lot, and then we go from here to the High Prosecutor's office. I do remember that. Ah, guests. My apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth. I beg your leave. So long. Frickin' bellboy. Case 2. Is Edgeworth here? There. Standing by the window. A teacup in his hand. Right. He has the hotel bring him tea service? Mr. Edgeworth? You're back from the prosecutor's office inquiry? I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Ah, yes. He brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me, somehow. I love that face. I love that face so much. Um, the real info is on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. I'll present the badge. Ellipsis. Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea? I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no, in a very polite manner. Whose side are you on anyway? Maybe if I just show him my best evidence, I can get some reaction out of him. But before we do that, let's talk. Inquiry Committee. So, how did the Inquiry Committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Again? I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. Tomorrow's trial. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However, something happened? They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. The police department? Yes. Any further investigation for this case will be directed by the Chief of Police Scant. I can do nothing but wait for his results. I see. Why, I ask you, why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still, wow, I've never seen him this out of sorts. Oh, so we're supposed to respect his boundaries just because he's polite. Yes. Alright. I know what to show him. I was just looking for more flavor text. Oh. Hang on. I know you. You're probably got a hold of some information already, right? It all has to do with that case you were on. The SL9 incident. And some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figure I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. He must be talking about his father's murder in that elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. Alright. Okay, that was one of them, I think. All right. Allegations of forgery. The SO9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gant. That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too then. He was a top officer. It was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is, why was a deputy chief of police on the investigation? In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood will be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't? Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. Okay, let's present the ID card record. All right, I better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage? Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go by Chief Gat, no less. The chief of police? He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. I better make a note of it. Screwdriver. Unrelated evidence. Screwdriver has been added to the court record. Evidence from a past case of Edgeworth's. Brought back to his office by Gant's request. Stubborn as always, I told you this has nothing to do with the current case. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister? What? If you were still studying forensic science? Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminal testing fluid. Well then, you might have use for this. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints. It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I've no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well? Fingerprinting set. Fingerprinting set and fingerprint file received. Recovers fingerprints from handprints for comparison with fingerprint file. Oh, this is fun to use. Well, let's get going. One last investigation. Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. Let's check the screwdriver. A116. The tag says, oh, the tag says AI 16. Oh no, AI. What's that got to do with anything? Nothing apparent. At least, that's what Edgeworth said. Hmm, that makes it seem all the more suspicious. Who knows? This might turn out to be the clue that breaks the case. Wouldn't that be nice? Upon further inspection, this is the screwdriver that Tommy Pickles uses to break out the playpen. He's always... Man. Let's see. Oh man, those were good times. Okay. Looks like can't. Let us present. Oh, whoops. I already checked that. I'm just fiddle faddling. Alright. Alright. It's time to move back to the underground parking lot. And I remember using the luminol and found, I think there was one down here. Yeah, over here. Let's use the fingerprint set. Yay, fingerprint set. Oh wait. Oh wait. I think this is like irrelevant to the. No wait. Yeah. Here, phone. Let's see if it works. Hey, don't touch stuff we don't need to be touching. You- I can't hear anything. My ears. No, my ears. Maybe it's due to the barometric pressure. What is she babbling about? Hey, what did you just say? See? You can hear just fine. Phone's broken. Ah, okay. We got the alternate ending where we give up on the case and just sleep with Angel Star? Yes. Hello, Ultima. Yeah, that was so fun yesterday. I do seem to remember you do like Angel Star. One of Ultima's many waifus. Let us check out the court's record and observe her pretty face. Right. Yeah. I mean, she has her reasons though, you know. But let's see. I think we just go back to the evidence room. So we go to the police department entrance. Then we go back here through the criminal affairs department. And we go to the. No, wait. Oh, wait, my bad. We go back to the guard station, of course. To the guard station. And then we go through here to the evidence room. There we go. Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. Here, in this blood on the detective's evidence locker. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Oh, okay. We use it here. Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger. A finger? Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest print. I really can't tell the difference at a glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. Alright, we'll choose the index finger. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eyes. First, we sprinkled the aluminum powder around. Huh? How do you do that? With enter. See? Ah, it looks like that did the trick. The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. Huh? How do I do that? With E. Exciting, I know. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. See? Wow, that looks like fun. It might take some getting used to, though. It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. I guess I better give it a try. Ah, yes. We spray it everywhere. Or we pour it everywhere. That's what I'm doing. We're pouring it on, everybody. So where's the blow button on the mouse? Could I just press right click? Oh, I think I'd like to try one of the other fingerprints. Okay, let's move on to it. No, wait, no. No, wait. Fine. I'll press enter. Or, excuse me, I'll press E. I just want to do everything with the mouse. Fine. I'll just press the E key. Aha! You did it! You found one! But this looks nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left this fingerprint must have worn gloves. Ellipsis. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look at for other prints? Other prints? Looking at the locker door again closely. It seems that there are fingerprints outside a bloody fingerprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print. Fingerprints outside the blood. Oh. We're gonna spray the powder. F. And E to blow. Oh. Gotta spray more powder. Powder percentage. How much more freaking powder did I have to spray? E stands for expel air. Yes. Yay, a print so clear it's dazzling. Dazzling? Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. Okay, so we're not done yet? This is quite a process. Well, there's no point to finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess that's right. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth and point out the person who think point out the person you think left these prints. Huh? How am I supposed to know who it was? I can make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprints will we most likely find on this evidence locker? Okay. Yay. Alright. We shall compare. Comparing. Oh, a match was found. Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Ellipsis. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking, so what? Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. Hit or miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. Detective Goodman's evidence locker. It's empty. Only Detective Goodman himself can open this locker. So the person who took out this knife had to have been Detective Goodman. But why was it wrapped in a scarf muffler and stuck inside the car muffler? Let us go to check. Time to spray. Oh yeah. Examine. This is where we got a luminal fluid reaction, right? Right. There was a handprint here. Okay, wanna try using this? There go her eyes sparkling again. Of course we're gonna check for prints. Okay, let's check for prints. That's the spirit. Oh, well, I have to warn you about something first. What? The area of the blood was wiped away, right? Indeed. Emma and her sparkling eyes. Hello, Wild Cardo. The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding it using chemical means. Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. Alright. Let's check here. Okay, we already did that. There it is. Got it. Took me a while. Okay. This is no fun. And now... I gave it my best shot. That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clearer result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. Alright. Okay, we already checked here. Yeah. Alright. Yeah. Okay, we already checked there. Wait, I already checked this, didn't I? I did. I feel a little silly at the moment, but we'll see. Hang on. I'll remember. It'll come to me. Let's pour it on. Oh, I just needed more powder. I'm silly. All right. Mmm. A match was found. Hey, these fingerprints, Whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall? Marshall's fingerprints. Found on a bloody handprint left in the evidence room. The print had been wiped. That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma, this is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. Ellipse. The luminal reaction. The blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh. So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a white blood stain. But why would Officer Marshall? It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. Ellipsis. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. To be continued. In court. Best jingle in the series. February 24th, 9:41 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. So, what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. The victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time, and a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So how'd it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Sky. Hmm? We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky? Ellipses. Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. February 24th, 10 a.m. District Court Courtroom, number 9. Be right back, everybody. I will not be long. I just need to use the restroom. Everybody, I have returned. Alright, everybody. It's go time. Always the best parts of the game. The courtroom, the trials. I mean, certain investigations are pretty good too. I mean, they're part of the game. But you know, the, all the good stuff happens in court in these games. All right. Oh, good thing I got some water nearby me. Ah, yes. Thank you all for your patience and cooperation. All right. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is. Hmm? I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet, the victim Bruce Goodman was slain at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today, I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait. Very well. Let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. Not knowing what's going on and acting like you do is the most admirable of traits. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir! I am Officer Mike Beacon, sir! My occupation is, that will be murderer, sir! Mm, ellipses. Ellipses. Ellipsis. Er, so you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir! I'm the one who did it! I'll never kill anyone, sir! I'll never kill anyone again, sir! You got to believe me, sir! Actually, what we'd like to hear from you is, sir, I'm what you would call part of the younger generation, sir. 22 years old. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir. Officer Beacons. Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order. 6-7, sir. Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir. You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. Crime report, sir. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. Hmm. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you? Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Beacon's family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted, and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. All right. Crime report, sir. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. Mr. Beacons, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I am in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes. Now there's a scary thought. Evidence transferal was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. I see. Sounds like a very, important mission. After the awards ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here, around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? There it is! I found it! This is the one right here. Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir. It's 4989596. That's my number, sir. I see. Huh? But the number 4989596 is shown as being used twice. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down. I see. So it was during that second time when? Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the security screen. The ID card record data was added. IDs of all who entered the evidence room on February 21st. Let's let's press this real quick. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. Mike Meekins at 4:50 p.m. 4989596. He entered twice, it seems, by the looks of it, at 4:50 p.m. and at 4:15 p.m. Same time as Bruce Goodman. Okay. So, you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir! A knife! Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you? What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir! I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be... When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. I fought for my life. Then I did it! What exactly did you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife? I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. See. He must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood. And then the next thing I knew... Yes? He punched me right in my face, sir! Real men don't look at explosions or their enemy. This is what he was telling us yesterday. Well, we need to try and skim some more details from him. For starters, what was an officer from the General Affairs Department doing in there in the first place? Right, let's press him for all he's worth. And also, one moment everybody, before I press him on this statement, I need to let Tuxedo Mask out, my cat, not the Sailor Moon character who he's named after. Okay, let's go. Come on. Why can't the rest of my cats be Boosh? Boosh is the best. He was just laying down here for a while, and then he meowed because he has no opposable thumbs. Then I point and laugh at him. It's okay. He's an okay cat. He's just annoying and a bit of a bully sometimes to the other cats. Okay. Yep, they didn't evolve opposable thumbs. Alright. After I passed out, until another officer smacked me awake. About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the reports from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice. Or, I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your Mission? Yes, sir. The Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. One moment. Oh, there it is. I got my prop. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Um, yes, Officer Beacons. With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir. The chief delivered it? What is that? A videotape? Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape and was told it had been mistakenly erased. Never stopped your family's only store, brought cat. Oh. I'm sorry to hear that, famous adventurer. And it was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word, murder, sir. It scares me. He used to open doors, turn lights on and off, and so forth. Oh. A video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? Oh boy. Uh-oh. Hi. Oh, there goes Detective Goodman. Conveniently covering his face. Hmm. Something flew out there. Oh, there's beacons. And I did see something fall out of the locker. Oh, damn. That was a struggle. And, Blue Badger's just dancing. I don't see a murder anywhere. I'm just dancing. So freaking unsettling. Like, bro. Hmm. Many other details as well. Ellipsis. 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 You whistle the Blue Badger song on a regular while you're doing chores. Oh, that's cute. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood? I love that line. Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire Criminal Affairs Department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Security video. Video from the security camera placed in the evidence room. Oh boy. Yeah, wild card. Where was that? Yeah, in his testimony, like, where was that kung fu he showed us? Yes, well, anyway, this tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone in the evidence room, and some sort of activity did take place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. Mystery Man. Okay. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. All right. Let me drop a save real quick. Okay. All right. His face can't be clearly seen in the video. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife? Sir, if you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe I will be classified as the latter? The latter? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not? More to the point, you are the person who fought him, aren't you? Oh, yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking with them, you see? Actually, it's a step latter. Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer. Still, I'm sure it was him. I bet my badge on it. Are you sure about that? But there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it. Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it. Why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or... Meekins! Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify. Yes, sir! You claim the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. About these lockers, is there no other way to open them? No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir. I wonder what kind of methods he tried. If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to. Exactly my point, sir! And this too! The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. Oh, my bad. Press. How do you know that information? I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir. People in the know? The workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir. Ellipsis. For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint. This all sounds true enough, but the victim's body was found at the prosecutor's office. There has to be a mistake somewhere. The real thing's so much more intense than the movies. Here, you can use the player to watch it as much as you'd like. The security video. Maybe I should take another look at the footage. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video. The man's face. Sir, if I may say something, sir. Please do. After all, you are the one being examined. Yeah, Mike Beacons is a character, Chuck. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. Strangles you, strangles you, strangles you, strangles you, strangles you. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. Is there a problem with the security video? Why, yeah, there is indeed a problem. Prosopagnosia. Oh, I know what that is. And yes, different game. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction? Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. He would want me to point it out. Very well. Proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video? This is the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. What is the contradiction that indicates that this may have not been Detective Goodman? Sorry about that. I fast forward. Hmm. All right. Now, one moment. We're gonna view this video one more time. Okay, it's gonna replay. Hmm. Let's rewind for a moment. Okay, that's the beginning. Let's fast forward a bit. Let's pause right here. Now, before we see that, I think I have to present the light first. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins. Sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint if it's a match. The light turns on, and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier. Here, notice the light? What's this? It's already lit. It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Ah! Order! Order! What's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know. It must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. Yeah, take your advice. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes. Why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Ellipses. Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jammed the system's sensor? Something jammed the sensor. Say, there's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's gotta be another clue somewhere in this footage. Very well. Let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please point out the cause for this. There is indeed a cause for it. So we're going to fast forward here a little bit. And right here on this frame. The rubber glove. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I often fall out and roll great distances when I open the. We can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Insert it? This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times, it gets stuck in the door when I get out my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me. But the object will have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator, but at the crime scene. There just might have been something that fits the description. But sir, by insulator, you don't mean... I think I finally got this figured out. Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck in the locker door? It's right here, you fools. Freaking rubber glove. I found this near the locker. A thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is that not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it would appear so, sir. I know, Chuck, ban this cop. Order! 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 So, are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility, and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir? Me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Ellipsis. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke? Yes. Very well. Begin your testimony. Mystery Man 2. This music. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. An ID card record. I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 514 is that of the victim. Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why are there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination. You know, when you hear this track, you know you're getting close to taking them down. It's so freaking good. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. Let's press that. So, unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you? Yes, sir. Solid as stone, sir. If my hand wasn't wrapped in bandages, I'd even give the V for victory sign, sir. You can use your other hand. Couldn't he just use his right hand for that? Let's hear him out fully. As we've seen, one never knows what he might say until the very last second. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. Is that card hanging from your neck one of these ID cards? Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuff, sir? I keep it here so I won't ever forget it. But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that? Ellipsis. Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get on my car? Well, the remaining time, it's my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID card chokes me. Maybe I should just leave this one alone. At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Please proceed with your testimony. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. Let it be noted that this is the record the witness referred to. Yes, that that Picard face palming, that's for sure. Let me see. Yes, that would be it, Detective Gumshoe. Detective Goodman. Yet, let me see. Yes, that will be it, Detective Goodman. What's the matter? According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here. So it is, Your Honor. Not that prosecutor again. Hey, maybe he's behind all this. Being a prosecutor, he could hide the evidence. Mommy, is that man in blue a murderer? Shh, don't stare at him. You've got the wrong color, kid. Status, burning in hell. It would seem. The inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today. I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. This must be so difficult for him. Let me give a little shout out to Running Wild Video. Alright. And now, at the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Ellipsis. Maybe he just panicked? Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. Mr. Wright, what do you think? Confused. What? The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we got. So, this statement here is a contradiction. This statement here is also a contradiction. And finally, this statement here is also a contradiction. So, and you also have two pieces of evidence you can use on the second, third, and fourth statements. You can use either Goodman's ID or Goodman's lost item report. Oh, I pulled a Deadpool. My bad. I hit the wrong button! Anyway, I'll present the evidence. I will submit the evidence. Goodman's ID. one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Ellipsis. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report? It's only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess. You believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order! Order! So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Order! 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 Does the prosecution have a response? Ellipsis. I have only one thing to say to the defense. Ellipsis. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo? Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is? Well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Well, well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot, at the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Sky, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Ah! I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all trapped from the beginning. Hello! Hello, Lou! How you doing? The activity, the activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Beacons encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something, or else Lana. What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this? Why, we object.
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor. Yes, one moment, as I give a little shout out. And there we go. And now we shall continue with the proceedings. You're welcome. You are most welcome. One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross examination has proven one thing, and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. Just dancing while a stabbing's taking place. Uh, However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. Ellipsis. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Walker, Texas Ranger? Chuck Norris? Mr. Wright, do you mean... Your Honor? The defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh? Whom do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. Chuck Norris, is it? The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testified. What is his or her name? Why, it's Jake Marshall. Carlos Ray Norris. Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer Then 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. Cool. I'm gonna play on the seesaw. February 24th, 11:32 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. Ellipsis. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma? You always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. Do you still say that the blue badger is a sentient AI monstrosity? That's a scary thought. Okay. Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Ellipsis. Analog horror anomaly. Ah! Ellipsis. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe. What is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal. Making the detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, detective. You better be, pal. Hey, 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 hey! I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay, so. Have you brought what I asked? Oh, you mean this, right? My apologies, detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident? But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were a witness in that case. Miss Sky was a witness? The SL9 incident files. Files for the Joe Dark killings. Solved 2 years ago. Oh boy, oh boy. Take it from me. You don't want anything to do with serial murders. Let's take a look at the files. Incident number SL9. Closed. Perpetrator, Joe Dark. Crime, serial murder. Sentence, death. Victims, Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall. Trial data. Head prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth. Witnesses, Lana Sky, Emma Sky. Investigation Task Force. Executive Investigators, Damon Gant, Lana Sky. Head Investigator, Bruce Goodman. Investigators: Jake Marshall, Angel Star. Alligator: Brock the Investigator. I want to play that next year. All right. Take it from me. You don't want anything to do with serial murders. Ellipsis. Oh, what? Now that I brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma? But why? Why is your name in here? What? My name's in there? I don't know. Unless. No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that. Ellipsis. That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. The the Joe Dark? No. No, Lana. That's over with. No. Emma, wait. She ran away. Uh, you know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you, you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. I better take a good look at this file. To be continued. Best jingle in the series. Yeah. February 24th, 12:14 p.m. District Court Courtroom number 9. One moment. Good idea. Oh, Alu, I have some nerds gummy clusters. They're okay. It's just like gummies just clustered with nerds. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, and I have this slightly crumpled extra large Hershey's milk chocolate. Really nice. I think it like melted a little. I put it back in the fridge and it reformed. And who here doesn't love Ferrero Rocher? Ferrero Rocher, Rocker, Rocher. Okay. They looked weird to you. They may look weird, but I assure you, once you pop one open, they're really awesome. You gotta try one day. Just like clear your mind and pop it and just crunch it, munch it. It's so good. All right. So then, here goes. Let me fix up my little guy right here. All right. February 24th, 12:14 p.m. District Court courtroom number 9. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Ah, boy. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Like the saying goes, once you pop, you can't help but eat more. Yeah, they're really good. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know. You're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. Day of the crime. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchid. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but I ate my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. Old English. If I remember right, I was at a street side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man. So if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Bro, wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint activated locks. What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses. Now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Okay. Alrighty. Day of the crime. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchid. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still. Even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings. You interred them? Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. Damn. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room? They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but I ate my style. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I say, partner? I told you they ain't my style. Um, I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know join the police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a goldmine of evidence. And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism? Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite, incredible. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? If I remember right, I was at a street side saloon at the time it went down. What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat that parlor's Von Gold Sepia pasta. Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says, "Did you not want a raise this year?" I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Out of ammo, Officer Marshall? That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you'd better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I best keep my cool. Before I use it though, I better up the ante. Yes. So, if I remember right, I was at a street side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. So, the fourth and fifth statements, particularly the fourth one, this is a contradiction. At the time it went down, huh? Oh, oh yeah. I always found that kind of weird. Um, in Resident Evil 5, she had that accent. Like, isn't she? I forget. Like, where she's actually from. Like, I'm guessing like Africa or something. But honestly, though, Chuck, if you ask me, you know what Jake Marshall really reminds me of? Like, this just makes me think of Gunsmoke. I love Gunsmoke. I'm so happy I did a no depth run of that. What you doing, partner? Yeah. So, anywho, so he claims he was at a street side saloon at the time it went down. His fingerprints were found on a bloody handprint that was left in the evidence room at the time it went down. Oh, whoops. Press, present. Could have sworn. Okay, I need to hydrate. I'm okay, everybody. Yeah. Okay.
Objection!
Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this. Ellipsis. After all, you were in the security room at the time of the crime. My battery's full, Chuck. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Hmm, listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects. That is, make my rounds, about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints will be in there.
Objection!
I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene. The blood was wiped away. However, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? Ellipsis. It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall, about the blood-stained fingerprints. Very well. You may begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime. Oh, well, Chuck, I mean, you bring up a really good point. I mean, he's not going to use the knife for his sake. He shouldn't. Like, I know we had a kid with a camera, but he was I think he was well, he wasn't really told he couldn't take pictures inside of a courthouse, and the judge did acknowledge that you cannot have a camera in the courthouse. However, Edgeworth said that he wasn't comfortable without being there without his camera, and Cody didn't, take any pictures. And then we had D. Vasquez smoking. Yes, no smoking in the courtroom. He's just, he's just doing a little shave with his little knife. But yeah, you did bring up a good point, though. Yeah. No, no, I know, I know. I'm just saying, but I'm playing along with you, man. I'm playing along, man. You're cool, man. I know. I know, I know, I know. Bloodstained fingerprints. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched a locker where my fingerprint was was by chance. The murderer touched a locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't she know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. Hmm. The witness's explanation appears valid. Appears valid. Although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. Can I tell you how much I liked Von Karma? Yes, he's Satan. He's also Vigo the Carpathian. Hello there, Chenny Chen? Chenny Chin? Welcome to my stream. Yeah, I'm convinced Manfred von Karma is Satan. And then it just occurred to me he reminded me of Vigo the Carpathian. Thank you. A good friend of mine, Airhammer, made it for me. I'm just revisiting this wonderful game, and I plan on doing the other games in the series monthly. And at some point, when the time comes, as I'm doing these games monthly, I will be doing the Great Ace Attorney games. I've never played them, and I will be acquiring the Ace Attorney Investigations Miles Edgeworth collection. Now, I've played the first one, I just never played the second one. So, of the mainline games, I've never played both of the Ace Attorney games and the second Miles Edgeworth game. So, I'm going to see if I can acquire the Miles Edgeworth collection soon. Objection! I am more powerful than Satan. Unicron, is that you? Or Megatron? Galvatron? Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Okay. Bloodstained fingerprints. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. Oh, really? Let us press that. That's because you. How did you put it? Pay your respects once a month? Pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently, his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Marshall's fingerprints has been updated. Found on a bloody handprint on Marshall's own locker. The print had been wiped. Let's see. Let me save that real quick. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine. It's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened the murderer touched the locker when my fingerprint was by chance. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward for me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? Bloodstain and the fingerprints are completely unrelated. Unrelated? They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. Oh. The kind you eat. And the other thing for murder? And other stuff? One's got to do with breakfast, while the other's a type of murder. He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. Homonyms. Homonyms? Yeah, homonyms. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? This seal blood. In the desert, it's just food for the buzzards. Follow the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. Von Karma may be a scapegoat for the Decepticon plans. Megatron. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Too bad it wasn't me in that video. Right, partner? I can't let him squirm out of this one. I've got to find something. Something decisive to tie Officer Marshall to this crime. Why, we shall press that statement right here. What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? Ellipsis. If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have.
Objection!
But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape.
Objection!
We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Why, yeah. I do indeed have evidence. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall. Hmm. Okay, that's when the glove went out. There goes Beacons. And Meekins and Goodman. Hmm. Pause. Right here. Mr. Wright may be clumsy man, but he is clever with allies. You got that right, Prime? Right here. The cloth wasn't there before. Bringing our attention back to the security camera. It is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. Ellipsis. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Oh, the white cloth. It's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then, it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order! Order! It would seem that... Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. Ellipsis. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. Ellipsis. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who could open that particular locker. Oh, yeah? I call your bluff. You say I open that locker? Now prove it. Evidence locker. Only the assigned detective's prints can unlock it. Indicator lamp lights up when it's open. The fingerprint sensor? Ooh, he's sweating. We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Dorf is like JFC. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? I only got 1 word for you, partner. No! I like his animations. Order! 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 Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you, this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Ellipsis. Is he chewing on jerky? I always wanted to know what he was chewing on there. Or I think he's chewing on, I don't know. I think it's jerky. Olay. Oh, leather. Thank you. I don't know why I thought jerky. He's just chewing on his leather. Olay. Please answer the question. What is he now? Bull flavor? That's all right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. I think, nah. I think, nah, but like, I want to believe, I want to believe it's letter, though. I kind of want to believe that now. I don't know, like, I don't know, like, because when I first saw that sprite, like, way back in the old DS days, and even though I'm playing, like, the Ace Attorney trilogy, and everybody looks so nice, the HD sprites and stuff. It's one thing too, Chuck. Have a look at these floor plans. There is no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet, Officer Beacons didn't see Officer Marshall. Hey there, Omega Mac. Leather is overcooked skin jerky. Oh my god. I believe it. That makes so much sense. One moment. I'm gonna give Omega Mac a shout out. Clever Kitsune. Yeah. Yeah. Damn. Officer Beacons didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion. You're most welcome, Omega Mac. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Why, he was standing right here at the spot where the supposed victim was. Officer Marshall was standing right here. I would take that too, Chuck. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman.
Objection!
But that's preposterous. Officer Beacons witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure.
Objection!
May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to know his card. I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes? And how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man has had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? Ellipsis. You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence. He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Bro attacked his beard again. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. He passively aggressively complained twice. Contempt of court, yeah. Ack! This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? Ellipsis. Humph. It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. Exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise, but rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later, as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps, perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video's my only shot. Ellipsis. Very well, let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker. Sure, let's just fast forward. Oh, wait, hold on. I, let's go back a little bit more. Play. There. Blood. In a sense. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end. Yet. Yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. Ellipsis. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, We all wouldn't have to be here now would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. All right. It seems the time has come. Marshall's confession. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Beacons managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Alright, let's drop a save here real quick. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I better take another look at the files. Alright, time to press all the statements. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Nah, if I've had anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? This is just for the audience at home, for the chat. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID and dressed up like him. I plan to take out the evidence. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card? I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean, the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. He pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a one in a million type of person, mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me. Oh, whoops. My bad, everybody. I pulled a Deadpool. Anyway, he threw himself at me. I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way, with me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. Hmm. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coats in your struggle with Officer Beacons. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Beacons doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is, on that day, there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. Hmm. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why? But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Ellipsis. Why is he so concerned with that incident? One moment, everybody. Just opening a spare tab. All right. Okay. Why was he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I better take another look at the files. So, before I present the evidence. Oh, wait, I can present it here, I think. Present. We're going to check the files. I can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why? Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a good thing. Um, Murders having it that way. I don't want it that way. I don't.
Objection!
Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims, Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. He was investigating the murders of Damon Gant, the then Deputy Chief of Police. A group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. Scary man. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least, according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Ellipsis. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's gotta be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor office's parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky.
Objection!
But wait! A verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial,
Objection!
which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murderer took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Sky. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Starr is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Ellipsis. I rest my case. It seems this trial has reached its conclusion, There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Hold it. Your Honor? Wait. Emma? The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? Oh, in a sense. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. Ellipsis. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So, I ran over there and looked at it again. So did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone could save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Got it, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be... Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I've needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? I object.
Objection!
This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is you're grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that when drawn will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I could use. The question is, the question is, which item can prove something is missing on the in the floor plans? It's our old pal, Officer Servbot. His face reminds you of Servbot. Blue Badger panel. Was LG dancing in the evidence room at the time of the murder at the PD? What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force, defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So, watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? Yes. That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would have been impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. What? So that means, just exactly what does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in? Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor. Far-fetched. But it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. The judge is far-fetched, balderdash. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle, shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman, when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous! I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well. Then tell us, when did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? Silly judge, have you not been paying attention? The ID card record. Take that. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card? Oh, the ID card record. Officer Beacons brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Ah! Ah! Miles Edgeworth! Just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope. I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Beacons and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. 7777777. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 7777777. Bar 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 777. Yeah, sorry, store. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASP. Please look into this ASAP. ASAP. Find out whose ID numbers is 777777777. That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. Look at this photo ASAP. At least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 7777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity.
Objection!
But that's ridiculous! Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge. You're all like, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates.
Objection!
I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay, let me ask a question. Yes, no, not to you, to her, the defendant sitting over there, your own little executive. Lana,
Objection!
don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course, we've looked up her ID number, and it's not 7777 777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Hmm. Oh boy. Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Ellipsis? Lana? I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if it involved forging evidence. See, that's what I'm talking about. No. No! Order! 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 Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. Burger and fries? That sounds good. And damn, holy crap. Yeah, this is a hell of a good stopping point. I would totally go on, but again, I wasn't joking when I said case five. Yeah, it is. Whole case is definitely sloppy seconds. All right, we're going to end it right there, everybody. Please, I hope you all tune in tomorrow for the exciting conclusion of this case. Hell of a case, this case is. Hell yeah, Lou. This is such a great series. And if Capcom knows what's good for them, they will release a seventh mainline game. We would like to see the continuation of Phoenix and Apollo and Athena. I would actually see more of Athena would be good, in my little opinion. Hell yeah, that was good. I can't wait to finish this case off tomorrow, everybody. I see that Some of you out there are very invested, and it makes me happy. You know, makes me really happy. All right, everybody. I'm gonna head on out of here. Tomorrow, you're welcome, Alu. You're welcome to everybody. Everybody. All of you. I'm gonna be finishing this case tomorrow. The finale. Tune into the finale. Whether you've never seen this before or if you've seen this before and you just want to just relive it, I thank you. Now, we're gonna read on out to Pronto, everybody. And it appears he has an announcement, which he probably already made. And I guess he got the thing. He probably got the thing, everybody. And you take care, wild card. Well, I'm gonna thank each and every one of you first before I head on out, because that's what I do. I would like to thank the following individuals in the courtroom, in my chat room as well, in the audience. I'd like to thank Thursday, Saki, Chuckman, Chucky, Rowdy Flowbro, Deus, Famous Adventurer, Kronos, Sir Cam Bam Wham, Achasm, Aki, Culinary Disaster, Ultima Mantoid, or Alti, Wild Cardo, Running Wild Vigia, Anelu, Chetty Chin, Omega Mac, Aristotle. And to anybody out there that was lurking, thank you very much. We're finishing this off tomorrow. All right. Oh, we got right on out to a rave. Yeah. Turnabout rave style. Thank you all for watching. Go in peace. Continue to look for evidence. Investigate. Look for those contradictions. See you in court tomorrow. I will submit the evidence. See you in court. See you in court. See you in court. The one who actually committed the crime was you. No alibi, no justice, no dream, no hope. It's time to pay for your crimes. Take this.